Good afternoon everybody and welcome to the stream. I'm Robert from the El Magnifico Games channel. The El Magnifico Games channel, good start. And today we're going to continue with our playthrough of Hollow Knight. Now last time, towards the end of the stream, we managed to acquire the moth wings, which now means that our little hero can reach much higher than he or she could before. And we made use of that by heading up there and fighting the mini-boss, which was up here. I've forgotten what they were called. Weren't they called the Enraged Guardian or something like that? Anywho, I remember it being a very, very difficult fight until I realised that if you just stood by the side and jumped up and down a bit, there wasn't a lot they could do. Their combat algorithm just wasn't designed to deal with that. And then after losing quite a few times in a row, we then just won very convincingly. So this time we are just going to head to various other locations which we now have access to, which we didn't before. There's at least one more location in the in Crystal Peak that we can get to now, which we couldn't before. So we're certainly going to be exploring that. I've got a feeling there was somewhere else as well. I don't think it was Green Path. But somewhere about, I'm pretty sure we did identify another area that we hadn't been. Oh, Kingdom's Edge. Yeah, there's definitely some stuff up in Kingdom's Edge we haven't explored yet. There's a slim possibility there's somewhere else, but if there is, I'm not sure where that would be. Might be worth checking back at the well, there's nothing coming off the Soul Sanctum, is there? I was just thinking there might, since we know there's some sort of boss there and we don't have a way to get to them, there's a possibility that there's something over here. Well, clearly there's something over here. Oh yeah, there might be a way up over here. I don't have a cursor, but if you can see, there is like a direction we haven't been in over there. I don't know what was blocking our progress there. Anyway, point is, there's a number of locations that we could go to, and that's the plan. So let's get into it. Let's hope I don't perish almost immediately because I'm out of practice. Be a shame to lose all this geo. I'm almost half tempted to go back and spend it now before I have a chance to lose it. I probably won't, but I may regret that decision. Right, so there's an area up above, and that's new. It's a new type of enemy. There's an area up above and down below, it would seem. How was it that... There we go. Ooh! Another one of those dream trees. Is it a whispering root, they call it? That's a frustrating enemy to deal with. Well, we should probably secure the area as best we can before we take on the route. Okay. See where this leads. Yeah, that's not going to be straightforward to deal with. That sounds like a grub in the distance. Oh, it is. But it might be one of those mimics, so we should use the Dream Blade. Home. Right, you are actually a grub. You are freed, my friend. Oh, that's what those little things are. That's like what's left over after you free a grub. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Ow. Well, how do I get back then? This is problematic. I don't know how to get back. I genuinely don't know how to get back. I seem to have been trapped. Some sort of honeypot trap. I don't know what to do. Oh! Old-fashioned dash over, okay. Sorry, I forgot I could do that. That's embarrassing. No! Right, we desperately need to gather some soul now. Good, 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 good. Good so far. What's going on over there? It looks like there's some sort of structure there. Huh. Don't know what that is. Hidden behind a bunch of stalactites, I mean. So far, so good. Oh, I'm not looking forward to dealing with that enemy. Yep, did not go well. Still, we've gathered quite a lot of soul. So our situation isn't looking quite as desperate as it was very recently. That could have gone better. Can't believe I can hide there. Okay, didn't work forever. That was weird. What was that orange stuff that fell from above? Ah, perhaps that was infection that was coming off of that creature? Although I didn't realise that was an infected creature. Deary me. Ah. Right, that's ground we can crash through, clearly. So we may do that in a moment. Good, we're back up to full health. That's what we like to see. Goodness me. Right, is it safe to stand there? Looks like it. So we've just opened up a shortcut. Oh, I didn't even need to do that. Tried to heal when I didn't need to heal. I wonder if the game only lets me do that because of the boulder shell. So it is actually theoretically possible I would want to waste soul in that way. Oh, what did I hit? That was weird. Got him. There we go. Well, we're certainly climbing higher, aren't we? This is by far the highest up we've ever been. You can't guard forever. Goodness me. Maybe you can guard forever. Well, that looks painful. Okay, so far so good. Presumably I'm supposed to super dash over here. Ow. So far so good. And up we go. Blimey, are we actually going to reach the surface of this planet? Something we've never done before. No, I don't think we are. Maybe we have. Hallownest's crown. Interesting. Look at all the glowy stones. What have we found? What have we found? Pale ore! Wonderful. Unfortunately, I need 2 of those now, instead of just 1. In order that we can upgrade our weapon. But nevertheless, it's jolly nice to have. I guess I should just head down here. And see where we end up. I'm not sure we've been here before, have we? Oh no, I think we have. Yeah, I think we have. This will probably become a lot clearer once... Oh yeah, I know exactly where we are now. This will probably become a lot clearer once we update our map. Huh, that means we never found the other way down. So there's more of this that's still unexplored. Oh, that's where we fell down? Just now? No, it's not. No, it's definitely not. There's something else. I think there might be more up there. Alright, well let's go back and we'll see if the enemies have respawned. At the very least, we still have that whispering route to do. And then perhaps we can head back up to the top. Oh, looks like the enemies have respawned. And try and figure out how we'd get to anything else I might have missed. Oh, dearie me. Took a bit of damage there, didn't I? Ooh, nearly. Right, up this way, and then we'll head back to the route. Ow. Right, so back. Now it's time to head to the route. If I'd been paying closer attention, I may have even known where to jump down. Oh, I can just use the map. That makes it easier. Out here? Yeah. Ow. Well, that's embarrassing. Right, so we'll be able to go back to the seer after this. Actually, let's do this side first. Because it's unlikely I'll go back this way. Since we've already explored everything that's this way that we're aware of. But yeah, we've got over the 200 the seer wanted us to acquire. So that's also progress. No. Oh, blimey. Saved at the last moment. Nothing else? Right, so grab that. Excellent. I bet the Dash Master would be even better now we have the moth wings. Since it reduces the cooldown on dashing. Ow. Right, let's make our way back up. Oh dear. I think we are net losing health here, if you include soul, which is sort of potential health. Ow, that hurt. Right, make our way back to the top. There's definitely nothing... Oh, that's interesting, that broken arch. If that is what that's supposed to be. So there's definitely nothing here we can interact with, is there? The only other thing I can think is, what if I tried to do a dash over here? The game's having none of it. Oh, I end up down here instead. Okay, then that's the only other place we didn't know how to get to. That solves that mystery. Okay. Head to the seer, I guess, and see her. See what she has to say. Right, I think down this way is going to be the fastest route. Off we dash. Oh. Oh wow, it put me all the way back here. Oh no, that wasn't as far back as I thought it was. How did we do this bit? Oh, I see. That's not as complicated as I thought it might be. Oh. Oh dear. Ah! Okay, I guess we're going down. I just wanted to explore this area a little bit more since we're here. I guess there's not much to explore, is there? This is the tutorial section, isn't it? We've been here before. So nothing new there. Right, let's make our way to the resting grounds. Will you've returned. Let me have a look at the dream nail. Your dream nail holds over 200 essence. You're proving your talent in its collection. Have you seen that great door just outside? My tribe closed it long ago and forbade its opening. But as far as I can tell, I'm the only member of my tribe still breathing. That means I needn't feel bad about breaking a taboo. As proof of my belief in you, I'll open the door. There, the door is open and you can enter the glade beyond it. Listen closely in there, and you may hear the utterings of bugs long gone. Blimey. What's gonna happen? Hang on. No, we did rest here, didn't we? I was just thinking where we last rested on a bench. Spirit Glade. Can we walk here? We can swim here. The bugs within this glade are under my watch. Treat them with respect and you may remain, but raise your nail and you'll contend with me, Revok. I'd better add that to my list of people. Spirit. Watching over resting glade. Noted. Buy my cookies, they're ever so tasty. Millibug. Buy my cookies. Once I've sold them all, I can go home. Caspian, beware your own mind, little one. Twisted minds breed dark deeds, and mine was more twisted than most. I thought it would be my end, but instead I found this glade, and with it a sort of peace. Do you think dark thoughts, little one? When hidden behind a visage as impassive as your own, I find it hard to tell. I notice we're not recovering any soul when we enter those, the waters here. I used to help others. They were brought to me sick and dying. What difference did it make? Dr. Chagax. Any victory against death will always be temporary. Any victory against death will always be temporary. What a gloomy thought. Atra. Don't fear, little creature. Though a violent rage once possessed me, the peaceful air in this place seems to keep it at bay. My appearance should not cause you worry. Here I am truly at peace. Have we heard of Atra before? That does seem vaguely familiar. Garrow. Are you a warrior, little one? A true warrior is one who can stand strong in the midst of a storm. Stand strong, little warrior. I was once obsessed with power, though my time within this glade has shed me of such desire. What folly it was to ever crave such a vicious thing. Seeking power is a hollow goal. Best search for other things. We're always left with reminders of the errors we've made. Let your mistakes not burden you, but serve as guideposts on where not to travel. These husks around my neck? They're my they're my precious friends. Always there to keep me company and much better for conversation than the rest of the odd lot around here. Hundred-nail warrior. Do you like my nails, little wanderer? I carry only 3, far less than my legends may suggest. Still, each is sharper than the last. Still, each is sharper than the last, and I'd require only 1 to cut you down. Aren't my nails the most wonderful thing? A gleaming blade so sharp and deadly. Karina. Are you admiring my fabulous markings? I'm of a distinguished species, you see. I've not seen another like me for the longest time. No. That suggests there may be no more. You don't seem to bear the markings of rank, though you bear no markings of a lower form. What are you? Do tell me. Are you a high being, or just a lowly grub? Interesting. So they had a hierarchical society, clearly. Perpetuo Nu. Are you enjoying your time in our glade? I'd offer advice. Though to have made it here, you're obviously quite adept at navigating our world and its perils. You're very impressive for such a small thing. I'm something of a warrior myself, though even I'd hesitate to raise my nail against you. Molten. Don't fear my rotting form. Though my body sheds and changes, my core remains the same. Though my body sheds and changes, my core remains the same. All of life's problems can be solved with crushing force. Such a simple mantra, and one I've always lived by. If you weren't so scrawny, I'd suggest you follow my example. Remember, Tiny Bug, crush your fears, crush your problems, crush your foes. Waldy, don't judge me by my appearance. Though my stature is small, I bear a dark soul and a tendency to go berserk in battle. You wouldn't have the guts to face me anyway. Hark, fellow adventurer, are you heading out into the world? I'd join you, but it's been so long, I fear I'd lose my head. I'm envious of you, facing this world without fear. I could stand to learn from your approach. I'm not quite sure how to read their sprite. Have they lost their head? Are they holding it in their hands? I think they might be. Watch out! I have an acidic touch and I wouldn't want you getting burned. It's a protection system of my kind. There's something of a nuisance when it comes to meeting others. I wonder if that could actually be a useful bit of advice. I wonder if we're going to run into more of their kind later. Don't get too close. I don't wish to cause any harm. I'll see you soon, she said. Oh. I'll see you soon, she said. Though that was long ago. I wonder where she went. Go bother someone else. You're not the one I'm waiting for. Ah, Wanderer. Thistlewind. Thistlewind. I've been many places and done a great many things, but I suspect you will outdo me by far. I've long ceased travelling the caverns of Hallownest, and I suspect they're now far more dangerous than in my journeys, though with your capable air I'm sure you'll do fine. Good luck! It's a vast world out there. You find it strange to see a moth wielding a weapon? We are a passive species, though I'm not the only one amongst us to take up arms. Another braved the edges of this world, hoping to uncover a truth long forgotten. I wonder what became of him. Is that where we got the moth wings from? Boss. Right, I'm going to need to start another page of people. Because we've encountered quite a few so far. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. I came from far away to reach this place. Though my shell may seem foreign, beneath it I am but a bug the same as you. You too are a warrior? I see your nail, but your shell seems underdeveloped. In your current state, to travel a land as dangerous as this seems unwise. Blimey. Oh, there is more. Ooh. Another whispering root. I guess we should go back to the seer after this. It just seems sensible. Ooh. King's Idol. Does this tent have... Oh, sorry, it's a statue of a bug. A moth, I think. And there's another one behind it. I was gonna and another one. Loads, actually. They're in the background as well. For a start, I thought that was like a little hut with bunny ears, which confused me. Oh no, I didn't grab them all. Did I speak to you? Yes, I did. Definitely didn't miss anything there, did I? No, I don't think so. Goodness knows what I'm supposed to be doing with all this dream essence that hasn't actually been established yet. You're very impressive for such a small thing. I'm something of a warrior myself, though even I'd hesitate to raise my nail against you. That's all of them. We've done it. Right, I guess we'd better head back to the seer and see what she has to say. I wonder why it was taboo to let people in there. Wilda, you've returned. Let me have a look at that dream nail. You and the dream nail both seem a little sharper, but you still have a long way to go. Return to me once you have collected 300 essence. Sometimes dreams take the shape of those who have passed away. Such dreams are bountiful sources of essence. You should search carefully near graves and other monuments. I believe I saw an interesting gravestone here in the resting grounds. If you do decide to disturb those dreams, though, be prepared for a fight. I'd like to avoid that if I could. I don't want to extinguish anybody's soul. Right. Where to next? I guess the Kingdom's Edge? That seems like a good idea. I know we haven't explored everything out there, and maybe we'll be able to find a way to get through the dark force fields. That would be jolly nice. That's blocking our progress in a few areas, as I recall. I guess King's Station is probably where we'd want to be. Yeah. Looks like it. I've gone to the wrong place. I've gone back to the Spirit's Glade. When in actuality I meant to go here. King's Station, please. I wonder why there's 2 seats. I wonder if you can do this in multiplayer and have a friend with you. Is it down here? I think so. Isn't there a false wall or something? Yes, that's exactly it. Oh yeah, didn't we get stuck here before? A lock padded door. Well, we can't seem to get in there. Ooh, don't mind if I do. So the big difference is this time round we have the moth wings, which we didn't have before. Right, and it looks like there's actually 2 directions we can travel in which we haven't been in before, which is well worth investigating. Ow. Right, this is one of those directions. So in theory this is new. I don't think we've been here before. Tanky old things. Blimey. Oh, blimey. trying to avoid that, but never mind. Blimey, friendly fire. Right, so it looks like I could go up there. Or I could head this way. That's odd. I can go out of my way to reach this platform, but there's no reason to do so. There's nothing here. Strange. Guess we're headed this way then. Well, I've opened up a shortcut, but goodness knows where to. Since I don't think... This looks a bit like a boss area. Oh no, maybe not. What? Well, that's strange. We will be back there shortly. Let's check the other side quickly, though. Right, that's where that joins up to. Okay, that's good to know. Right, let's find out what on earth was going on over there. Could this be the arena? It sounds a bit like they may be chanting and fighting. The only thing is, I thought they said the arena was really low down. Actually, to be fair, it's only locally high. In terms of the entire map, it is actually quite low down. Is that what I found? Okay. Aha! Another warrior finds their way to a fair Colosseum. Is this the final destination for all seeking trails of intense and deadly combat? Called Little Fool. All one has to do is place their mark upon their trial board of choice, and lo, the arena's gate will open. Little Fool. Colosseum. I've forgotten who it was that invited us here. There's a small fee attached to each trial, but I'm sure as skilled a combatant as yourself will have accrued a wealth of geo. Now before you draw your nail and rush eagerly to battle, I'll offer you one quick word of advice. There's a warrior's pit just below here, where others like yourself await their own trials. I'd strongly advise using it to rest up before placing your mark. Oh, and have no doubt, I'm a fearsome warrior myself. Don't go judging me by my size or my current, constraint. The Colosseum beckons us both, and I'll be back in battle soon. Just updating my notes. Make a contribution and you can enter the trial of the warrior. Not right now. You want to make a contribution? No one ever won glory by clinging to their geo. Well, I'm not looking to do any combat yet. Stop there. That trial is closed to those who haven't made the proper contribution. Step over here quickly and bring your geo with you. I'm just exploring. Oh, blimey. What do you want, cur? Have you come to laugh at me as well? Fools, did you never consider that being trapped in this cage was precisely what I intended? Yes, by all means, release me into your arena. I am Zoth the Mighty, and as soon as I draw my nail, Life Ender, your laughter will turn into terror. Oh, blimey. So there's some sort of combat going on there. Oh, blimey. The effect there is well done, isn't it? Looks like there's something to our right that we can't reach. Which is interesting. Aha! Wonder what I found here. And I wonder where I'd end up if I fell down there. Oh, well, there's no way through here. Perhaps that is the next bit to explore. Oh, whatever the thing is that's here, the yellow thing on the map, I can't actually reach it. I'm either to the left of it or the right. Curious. Whee! I don't think I actually needed that, but I'll take it. Where have I ended up? No idea. This is a new area to me. I don't know whether to go left or right. Okay. That's as far left as we can go, so I guess we're going right. Looks like some sort of cage has fallen down here. Okay. That was unexpected. Oh. I don't know where to go. There's a number of directions available to me. Ow! Am I in combat now? I guess so. I don't think that's going to keep working. Poor thing's stuck here with us. Poor thing, I don't know who they are or why we're beating them up. They're quite Gollum-like in a way, aren't they? From Lord of the Rings. Simple key. Is that all we earned? Didn't seem worth taking their life just for that. I wonder who they were. And what they were doing down here. King's Idol. I wonder if that creature was the thing that was on the map. I guess I should try dream nailing their body and see what happens. If it's still there. Nothing. Guess it only works on some creatures. Well, I guess the map won't update until we rest again. No, whatever that thing is, it's still there. Alright, you can have the contribution, but I'm not doing anything right now. Welcome back, warrior. Make a contribution and you can enter the trial of the warrior. Very well then, a new trial is open to you. I hope your performance is spectacular. Enter trial, step over to the board and place your mark. From then on, your destiny is your own. Colosseum of Fools. Right, there's still an area to the lower down and to the right that we should explore. After that, I don't know where we're gonna go. Back to the Colosseum? I mean, if going to the right here doesn't unlock anything new, then I don't know where our next destination would be. I could try that boss again, the one I failed at last time. Then again, that might just end with me spending another hour repeatedly facing the same boss and failing over and over. So I don't know. I'm also dubious about whether that will actually lead to anything, since we've already beaten the boss once before. It's just that we can fight them again with a dream nail. I'm not sure that's going to lead to significant permanent progress, but you never know. Beating them a second time, I mean. Oh dear. I didn't mean to fall quite so rapidly like that. Oh dear. I nearly cut that too close, didn't I? Oh dear, that looks like someone's perished here. That's not good. Don't seem to be able to interact with them though. Must be some sort of Easter egg. Right, this is the way we haven't been before. Ah, it's directing us upwards to a bench. Do you mean to say if I break through here, there's a bench? So if you look at where that sign would be pointing, if it was straight, it would be here. Wanderer's Journal. Poor fellow. Oh, we seem to have found another one in a hammock. We do indeed seem to have found a bench up here, in a little encampment. Very interesting that they gave us a bench at that point, though. That suggests to me the area we're about to head into is larger than I was perhaps initially thinking. Either that or more dangerous. You can imagine if we were heading into a boss fight, for example. Hello? That's the Hornet, isn't it? We haven't seen her since the start of the game. I believe that was her name. I wonder... Well, that suggests this is part of the story progression. So, you'd pursue the deeper truth? It isn't one that the weak could bear. Are we in combat again? For no reason. Prove yourself ready to face it. I'll not hold back. My needle is lethal, and I'd feel no sadness in a weakling's demise. Show me you can accept this kingdom's past and claim responsibility for its future. Oh, I just gained back 2 health in one go for some reason. Oh, I am fighting terribly. I'm only getting away with this because of the defensive build I have. Oh my goodness, I am so bad at this. That's interesting. Look at the little things she laid down. Right, this explains the bench, doesn't it? Oh, she's resting. That would have been my opportunity to heal, but I wasted it. I don't think I can do it. I'm not good enough. Yep, I've been defeated. This is fine because of the proximity of the bench. Shame not to get it done first time though. Still, there's always next time. Where's my shade? Come here, shade. Where are you? You're nearby. There you are. Good. I'm glad to get that back. Oh, I actually really need to try and learn those attack patterns. Ow. Okay, when she's doing the Van Helsing stuff, I need to, you know, with all the wires around her, I need to not be close. She is... I'm really trying, and she is making an absolute fool out of me. Oh, maximum range on that attack. That's good to know. Ow. This isn't good. Oh my goodness. She's still making a fool out of me. And she got me again. This may take a few attempts. Hey Stray Blaze. How are you? It's lovely to see you. Do you think I was doing better this time? I thought I did worse. I was certainly trying harder to actually learn the patterns, but in terms of the total amount of damage I did before I died, I thought I did much worse. Ow, that is such a difficult attack to deal with. The one where all the wires appear around her. Ow, got me on the way back. At least you were dodging better at the start. That's true. Oh my goodness. Oh, time to heal. Ow. Oh my goodness. She's determined to make my life difficult. Hey Stevio, I'll read your message properly after I've either succeeded or failed at this. Oh, time to heal. Again, I got 2 health points back there for some weird reason. At least that's what the UI seemed to suggest. Oh, Boulder Shell's gone. That's probably the beginning of the end for me. Nice try. Ow, what am I supposed to do about that? And she got me. Hey Robert, I hope you're well. I can't watch for an hour or so, but hopefully I will see the end of your stream. Just popped in to wish you a happy stream. Well, thank you, Stevio. I hope you're having a good day. Lovely to see you pop in. Anything planned for Halloween? Nope, nothing at all. You? Do you have anything planned for Halloween? Oh, got me. Oh, that is such an annoying attack. Oh no, I should have healed then. I didn't notice she was resting till it was too late. Oh, this is bad. I need to heal now. And the boulder shell's gone. Yeah, she's got me. Not even any spooky games? Oh, I haven't installed it yet, but I was thinking of beginning a playthrough of... Oh, what is it called? Killer Frequency. Starting tomorrow. That was one that Stevio recommended. And that's a spooky game. But other than that, no. As always, if you have any game recommendations, either to do with seasonal events or just in general, do let me know. Oh my goodness. Oh, that was embarrassing. She was resting and I ran into her, causing me to take damage, and then my thorns that triggered because I took damage knocked her out of her resting position. I don't celebrate Halloween in any way, but I like seeing horror games and other horror-related media get more attention. Yeah, I don't usually do that, but I mean, there has been some viewers have expressed an interest in me doing some spooky stuff. So that's why I decided to take Stevio's suggestion and give Killer Frequency a look. It's actually a puzzle game, as I understand it. Apparently you are a radio DJ who suddenly starts getting calls coming in from people that are being hunted, and your job is to basically use various bits of information you have around you, you know, like a map of the area, that sort of thing, to answer their calls and try and guide them to safety. That's the premise of the game. As I say, I've not played, I haven't even installed it yet. So there's a slim possibility it won't even run, but I doubt it. That hasn't happened to me yet. Sorry to say, we may be here a while before I'm actually able to defeat the boss. That's embarrassing, I lost some health to my shade. Gorama? Interesting. She seems like a very capable adversary. I'm not quite sure why she isn't the one defeating the Dreamers. Ow. I just realised if they disabled my super dash for this boss fight, so I can't hang... Oh no, I can still do it. Absolutely, she just making sport of me. It's not even close. I could consider changing up my charms, but I don't even know what I'd change them to. I hope at the end of this we gain the ability to get through those black force fields. I've been wanting to do that for a while now. Since we hit the what was it, the foggy crevasse or whatever it was? Foggy chasm. Ow. She's got fantastic vertical mobility, doesn't she? Ow! I thought she was going for the other attack where she dashes at you, that one. She was doing her twirly threads attack. Ow! She got me with that one in the end. Oh, I've lost the boulder shell. I've only just realised. How long's that been gone? Ow. So she can't collide with those spiky balls she puts out. Oh, I won! Defeat Hornet in Kingdom's Edge. Blimey, I wasn't expecting that. So strong. You could do it if you had the will. But could you raise your nail once, knowing its tragic conception and knowing yourself? Then do it, Ghost of Hallownest. Head onward, burn that mark upon your shell and claim yourself as king. Claim yourself as king? Ghost of Hallownest? Well, that certainly should be recorded. So she called us the Ghost of Hallownest. And suggested we claim ourselves, or ourself, as king. We never did find out what happened to the Pale King, did we? We know he had some sort of cruel cure for the plague. That didn't sound too popular. But beyond that, we don't know what actually happened to him. Cast off shell. King's brand. Hallownest shall recognize a new ruler. The kingdom's gates will open. So in practical terms, what does that mean? Blimey. Wait, so is this one of those whoever holds the brand is the king situation? Oh, I see. I'm supposed to be running because this is so scary. Ow! I'm not sure we necessarily impressed her very much there. Still, hopefully we still have the brand. So am I ready to take on another dreamer now? If I go back to the City of Tears, will anything have changed? I wonder if I take on the next dreamer now, and then that's what leads to me gaining the ability to get through those black force fields. Just guesswork on my part. It may well that may well not be the case. Well, there's plenty of connections to the City of Tears from here, aren't there? So it shouldn't be hard to get there. I'm trying to remember where the Tower of Love was. Because that was another area that we never managed to explore. Oh dear. Right, we need to go down from here, I think. Right, we should be live now. Hopefully you can hear me. Yeah. So, Hollow Knight hung, and that caused OBS to crash. That's why the stream went down. I don't know when the game last saved. Presumably this is after we did the boss fight, but I should probably double check. And the main reason it took so long is it took me a moment to figure out... So when Hollow Knight hung, it had the mouse captured, which meant that I had no mouse. And I couldn't seem to get my system to give me the mouse back. Because, as I say, Hollow Knight, the executable, was still running. It was just not doing anything. Very strange that the system couldn't even get the mouse back off it, though. And it just took me a moment to figure out what needed to be done and realise that I needed to just, using the keyboard only, open up a terminal and then kill Hollow Knight manually from there. Once I did that, it was then trivial to get us back to this point. But yeah, that's what happened. Sorry about that. I have no idea why Hollow Knight hung. But hopefully it was an aberration. And we're not going to see anything like that again. I would hope. Oops. Just a moment. There we go. That reminds me of a weird issue I had with my PC 2 years ago. Oh yes? Ow! That hurt. Right, I was trying to navigate my way to the Tower of Love before, wasn't I? Right, is this open? No. I do wonder if this never opens. Anyway, we should head back to the City of Tears. It used to turn off USB ports on its own every restart. Interesting. You mean like individual USB ports would just stop functioning until you did something? Unfortunately, I am aware that I have the CPU with the dodgy firmware that destroys itself. And I need to update my firmware in the near future. Because this is a Intel 14th gen CPU. 14900K. Every one of them, and I had to get a retro keyboard and enable them manually. That is weird. That almost sounds like a bug in the BIOS or something. Well, not the BIOS, the no, yeah, it would be the BIOS. It sounds almost like it's a bug in the firmware that runs pre-operating system. As in not a USB one. Yes, so that you would be able to type. What were you connecting it over? PS2? And then it stopped on its own after an update. Huh. Maybe it was Windows that was doing it then. Since I assume you meant a Windows update. Then again, I don't know that Windows won't try and do firmware updates to the motherboard. Nowadays, I don't know whether it will or not. I looked online and literally nobody before me had that issue. Huh. Strange. Well, presumably somebody had, or they wouldn't have bothered to fix it in an update. Oh, random question. When I went live, when I went live a second time, did you see an announcement? I remember the other days, one of my viewers was saying that they didn't get a going live announcement. A guy I spoke to thought I was making fun of him and turning them off myself. That's an odd reaction. Nope, but I haven't given you a follow yet. Oh, okay. Fair enough. Oh, thank you for the follow. I do appreciate it. Oh, thank you. That would be much appreciated. I forgot about that. And you're about to get up as well, aren't you? There we go. Ow. I should have passed the way up by now. Ah, over here, presumably. Yes. Right. So, we're back in the City of Tears. Still haven't figured out what they were meant by the Kingdom's gates will open for you. To be fair, they said the Kingdom's gates, not the City's gates. So it's possible these are gates that are elsewhere in the world. But if that's the case, I don't know where they are. Alright, I don't think I'm going to find... I don't think I'm going to stumble across anything helpful here. So let's make our way back up to the closest stag station. Which is probably Queen's Station, I think. And then I guess we should go back to Dirtmouth and... or nearby locations and try to get rid of some of this geo. That's a good point. Where's the... the vendor with the temporary charms? They're in the fungal wastes, aren't they? Yes, I can see them. They're not actually far from us. Okay, I might go there then. That would be a good way to spend our geo, I think. Not that I intend to use the temporary charms, but for completionist's sake, I should probably pick them up. Ow. And I mean, what else am I going to do with this geo? Oops. Didn't mean to fall down there. What could that mean? The kingdom's gates will open to you. I still have the brand, right? How would I check that? Probably around here? Or did they actually mean on my person? Being branded? Unclear. Huh. That's odd. I can't go this way. How curious. I wonder how I get to the other side of there then. Ah, I get it. Okay. I think we've done all that before. Yes, I think we had to navigate all that to open up that bridge. Did that ages ago. Right, where am I heading? If I want to get to the vendor, it's going to be to the left and up from here. Then to the right and up. And then the left and up. So essentially we're zigzagging upwards. Ow. Oops. Oh my goodness, I did it again. Jump! Jump! Okay, good. Through here, presumably. And through here. And up. Ow. Through here. Wow, yourself. I remember they used to be slightly challenging, didn't they? That particular variety of enemy. But our weapon does a lot more damage now. And we're more used to them. Here we go. I think this is the place. The air has changed. I can smell something new. Dangerous things are drifting through here now. Are you scared? If you stay here, I won't protect you. I've got nothing left to show you. Do you want something more? You're so greedy. I've just noticed our bench was a body. How macabre. Still, we've got those charms now. Like I said, I don't actually intend to use them, but we have them. Oh, we're not doing too badly. Let's keep going up. We should come up in the Forgotten Crossroads soon. Ow. from there we can go to the Grub Father, because I know we've freed at least one grub since we last saw him. In fact, we're actually pretty well placed to go to the Grub Father. We just have to go up. Well, technically up and then slightly to the left. Ow. I forgot about that. I wonder if there's anyone that could advise us about where we can head next in game. I don't think we've encountered anyone that can do that, have we? I don't think that's where I want it to be. I wonder if this is how it was when the infection initially started spreading all that time ago. Hello, Grub Father. Thank you. So generous, that one. Could go to Sabera, but I think they wanted... Was it getting on for 2,000? For the next notch? Yeah, they're right at the bottom, aren't they? Whereas Dirtmouth is just up here. Where was I going to head? Let's go to the map shop. See if... That's not the map shop. Wait, what was that? How long's that been there? The white saviour returns. Long had they remained apart in the village, once so warm, now grew cold. The maiden felt the well of grief. It gripped fierce about her lonely shell, and suddenly, as though her tragic state was sensed, the saviour returned, standing tall, glowing bright, below shining horns, eyes welled black, glistening, eyes only for the maiden long missed, long desired. Her saviour leaned close, sat beside, perfectly composed. In that charged, breathless moment, not a word needed to be spoken. The maiden's shell felt suddenly tight, her claws curled. No glance was shared, no claws touched, just perfect, aching love shared in silence together. Goodness. I did like that. Well, it wasn't... I don't think it had scansion like poetry would, but that's essentially what it was trying to be, wasn't it? I like the way they adapted the insect anatomy to it.
Bapanada.
I may as well grab these, even though I wasn't going to. I've got the geo for it. And what else am I going to use that geo for? Back again? You know I haven't any stock left, yes? You've cleaned me out. Were you hoping to sneak a peek at my mountain of geo? Well, it's mine now and fairly traded. What was in here? Was that where we just were? Yes. Oh. Oh well.
Really?
Hello again. How have you been faring? Have you come to me because of your regrets? Let me parent you. Oh, you don't appear to have any lingering regrets. How lucky for you. You don't need the services of one such as I. I still haven't worked out what those services actually are.
Really?
Is there anything else in here? No. So where do we go next? Who would you call your favourite poet? Oh my goodness, it's been so long since I was reading poetry. It's an obvious answer, but I do remember Keats being particularly good. Hold on, let me grab one of my books. Oh, it's been so long that I don't think I can give a definitive answer, but let's see how many of these names stick out to me. I seem to remember Byron was okay. Oh, of course, Gray and his elegy written in a country churchyard. That was a very good poem. Henley did some, William Ernest Henley, he did some particularly good ones, didn't he? At least I'm trying to remember what the proper name of this poem was, because I remember the title is wrong in this book. Out of the night that covers me, black as the pit from pole to pole, I thank whatever gods may be for my unconquerable soul. In the fell clutch of circumstance, I've not winced nor cried aloud. Under the bludgeonings of chance, my head is bloody but unbowed. Beyond this place of wrath and tears looms but the horror of the shade, and yet the menace of the years finds and shall find me unafraid. It matters not how strait the gate, how charged with punishments the scroll. I am the master of my fate, I am the captain of my soul. That was a particularly memorable one. I mentioned Keats. Matthew Arnold's Forsaken Mermaid was I think that was the first poem. No, it was the second poem I ever read on stream. I don't know if I would still find it as good as I did when I first read it, but I remember at the time being quite struck. Some of Shakespeare's poems were quite good. Some of them were overrated, some of them were very good. I seem to remember some of Percy Shelley's poetry was pretty good. Wordsworth, obviously. But yeah, I don't remember who my favourite poet was when I was actually reading poetry. But I do recall Keats being one that I was particularly impressed with. So I wouldn't say it's necessarily my favourite, but that's the one that sticks out to me right now. Imagine how good it would sound if you didn't boop your mic. Oh, I'm sorry, did I boop my mic? I didn't realise, sorry. Where are we going next? I don't actually have a clue. Oh, it looks like there might be a path not far from Queen's Station we haven't taken. I don't know why. Oh, and it's still making static noise. Hold on. Let me fix that. Is that any better? All good now. Yeah, that's a loose connection. That happens sometimes. It is a problem. The only way I could definitively deal with it is if I had monitoring on all the time, so I could hear myself. I could hear what the mic's recording all the time. But I find speaking and hearing my own voice back at the same time quite off-putting. So unfortunately, I don't always know when it's doing it. Well, let's head to Queen's Station, see if that is a direction we can go in. I didn't want to be here, did I? I want to be at the Stag Station here. Was it staticking all over the poem then? And if so, do you want me to read it again? It was, but it's okay. Okay. Sadly, this is why I don't do poetry streams anymore. I loved them, but not a lot of demand for them, it would seem. Oh, I think I remember. What was going on here? Wasn't it that we couldn't get up or something? Maybe I'm thinking of a different area actually. I seem to remember there was an area where you could get to the other side, but it was like blocked off using using something that had to be opened by from the other side. Oh no, it was just not adding it to the map. We've been here. It's hard to support yourself by writing poetry, let alone reading. It's on Twitch. I thought they made really great streams though. It was really interesting. Obviously, in my opinion, the poetry itself was really pleasant. But on top of that, of course, you were getting loads of history from it as well. It was a very interesting perspective to look at history as well, because, you know, it was covering literally hundreds of years of predominantly British history, but from the perspective of the things that people were writing poetry about, and that is a lot more things than people would write poetry about today. I mean, for a long time, poetry was the language of protest. I remember, for example, being fascinated when we got onto the interregnum poetry and the fact that this was a way for people to protest about the fact that that music had been banned and they couldn't celebrate Christmas and stuff like that. It was... And also the way social attitudes were changing over time as well. I don't know. I really enjoyed it, but yeah. When it said the gates will open, you don't suppose it meant the force fields, do you? That's worth checking. There's that banker that absconded with her money returned. Nope. What was the turn I missed? Ow. Ow. Maybe it wasn't here. Maybe it was farther up. Must have been. Oh yeah, this looks vaguely right. Oh, that was interesting. I only took 1 damage that time. Presumably because I took damage for colliding with them, which is 1 point's worth of damage. But then that triggered my thorns, which is actually what killed them. And presumably I took the explosion damage, which would have been 2, while I still had invincibility frames. Oh, of course, we don't have to worry about getting homing missiled here. Ow. Well, it doesn't seem to want to open, does it? That does make life difficult. I think it was over here, the bit I was talking about, where you work really hard to get to the other side, and then you reach a bit where you just can't continue because there's some vines that are supposed to be cut from, as I say, the other side. So there's no way through. Where that actually joins up to, I don't know. I mean, there's a big chunk on the left side of the map that is just not filled. We've got a lot more of the right side of the map filled. Although, to be fair, there is still a fair amount of space there. I could head down to the ancient basin again. take on that boss. I just don't think it's going to lead to anything, that's all. Kind of weird what's going on over here. That path that just ends. Maybe that's worth exploring. No, that looks like it's just gonna connect up with the waterways, to be honest. I mean, I don't know for certain there's not something there that I should be exploring. I've just got a sneaking suspicion there probably isn't. More of those dark force fields down there that we can't pass. Oh yeah, there was some stuff in the Mantis village that we couldn't explore before that we probably can now, wasn't there? That's worth doing. Oops. Oh, hang on. I need to go this way. Who's your favourite poet then? Strayblaze. I like Baudelaire and I had to guess the previous pronunciation, but I'm absolutely lost on the pronunciation of the latter, the second one. Bielowski. Possibly. No, Bielowski. My mother loves Shakespeare. I see. So tell me about the other two, I've never heard of them. Ow. Really? You haven't heard of Charles Baudelaire? I have not, no. I've never claimed to be any sort of expert on poetry. My introduction to poetry was the streams I was doing. One of the ideas is I would go in as somebody that knew nothing about poetry and I would learn as I went along. And so I've looked at... We finished one book on stream. And then the second book we got like, I don't know, like a fifth of the way through or something. Before I ultimately called it. Fungal Core, this is a new area. Charles Pierre Baudelaire was a French poet, essayist, translator and art critic. His poems are described as exhibiting mastery of rhyme and rhythm, containing an exoticism inherited from the Romantics, and are based on observations of real life. Born the 9th of April, 1821, Paris. France, died 31st of August 1867, age 46. Oh dear, quite young then. Paris, France. Then again, not that young for back then, I don't think. Still, that's very interesting. Yeah, I never encountered him. Also, lovely to see you, Stevie-O. Again. I saw. Welcome back. Well, I don't know what exploring the fungal core is going to lead to, but we certainly seem to have found an area that looks substantial-ish. That's well worth exploring. We had his poems at school when talking about Terpism and other decadent stuff like that. Terpism is new to me. I never encountered that either. Oh dear. That's a useful shortcut we've just opened. So what's Terpism then? I have flowers of evil at home in both French and Polish. I see. Well, if he was writing poems in French, that I don't know whether he was. If he was, that would explain why I never encountered him. Because I don't speak French. And frankly, I don't think translating poetry would work very well in most cases. Noun Terpism. Art literature, a literary and artistic device that employs ugly and unaesthetic elements in order to create aesthetic shot. I don't either. Terpism seems to have originated from Poland, interesting. I wonder why it's called Terpism. Well, I suppose it's probably... that name probably makes a lot more sense in Polish, right? I was going to copy and paste a few verses from one of his poems. They contain non-friendly Twitch words. Oh dear. Oh dear. Weird, it doesn't offer a Wikipedia page in English. I wonder if I used any non-Twitch friendly words when I was doing the poetry streams. Probably not, they tended to be, in terms of language, quite polite. Stanislav Antoni Grokowiak, pen name Kane, the 24th of January 1934 to the 2nd of September 1976, was a Polish poet and dramatist. He is often classified as representative of Terpism, because of his interest in the physical, ugly and brutal, but he also exhibits strong tendencies towards formal, rhythmed poetry, reaching on many occasions the ornamental grace of a Baroque style. Blimey. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Aha, that's how I do it. I was wondering. And that would just let me get back out. It seems we have some really niche stuff in the Polish education system. Did you enjoy studying poetry at school? Out of curiosity. I know nothing about any of this, by the way. I just wanted to answer your curiosity, Rob. Well, I do appreciate it. Obviously, I can't look these things up without pausing what I'm doing in game. So it is nice to have someone to look these things up for me. Stop bombing me! I don't have a good way of getting at that enemy due to their positioning. Maybe I just leave them. That's probably the wisest decision. The wisest course of action. You have Stevepedia here, and I see that as someone from a math profiled class. A math profiled class? But yeah, it's good to know you enjoyed the poetry. I remember the poetry I remember notionally covering poetry at school, but it being really boring and not well explained at all. Like, at all. They would just assume you knew things, which there's absolutely no reason why you would possibly know. Like, you know, just suddenly talking about iambic pentameter without explaining it. And it's like, well, of course I don't know what that means. I'm at school to be taught things. Why would I just know what iambic pentameter is if I've never been taught it? It probably doesn't make sense in English. When I was in school, I had a choice between English literature or language. Oh, English literature and language or English media, and I picked media. There are different profiles in high school. This is odd. It has eyes, whatever it is. Ow. I can attack it. Huh. Well, make of that what you will. There are different paths in high school. Ironically, my sister is a degree in English Lit and is now head of English in a very affluent private school in London. Blimey. Doing well for herself then. Am I back in the deep nest? Yes. Or at least we figured out how we get to this particular spot. I know that had been an open question before. Right, let's find the nearest bench and then look at our updated map and see if I missed anything. I've got a bad feeling that didn't actually help us progress the game at all. Other than bringing us closer to having a new... Was that notch? No, it wouldn't be a new notch. Health point, maybe? Oh, sorry. I think they were bowing to me and I just attacked them. Ah, the bench is down here. Oops. Where was it then? Oh, down here. Okay. I forgot. The signs don't point to... They won't point through walls. They tell you the direction to go in next. Which it makes a lot of sense. Yeah, it looks like we've been through all of the fungal core. Unless there's hidden bits we missed. So yeah, that hasn't helped us progress. So what was English media looking at advertisements and the like? I mean, there's a good chance I had to do English media at some point. Given that I went through the same school system you did, I just don't recall. Or rather, I have a vague memory that it was looking at advertisements, but I could be wrong. Where do I go next? Goodness me. I'll be honest, school wasn't really for me. I left with no GCSEs. It wasn't until later in life I had a passion for education. As I went on to get a degree. Blimey. Leaving with no GCSEs is quite the thing. I mean, I've always said that school's the problem. It is just awful the way they treat children. It really is awful. And for some reason it's accepted. It's not just the way they treat them, but they also do a terrible job of actually doing their job of educating, and often people get put off learning things for life. Like, learning is a fundamental part of being human. Like, we are naturally curious, we are naturally inquisitive creatures. It is astounding when you think about it that they actually managed to put a lot of people off of learning and leave them in a position where they think that learning is an unpleasant thing. Sometimes for the rest of their life. Like, I don't know. I just feel that the British school system has a lot to answer for. I was told that if I failed my GCSEs, I would be nothing in life, and that couldn't be further from the truth. That is fair enough. I would say that I think not having any GCSEs would be a significant disadvantage, though, and were someone watching this who was considering whether to do their GCSEs, I would encourage them to do so. But I do take your point. They do make a lot of stuff up in schools to try and get you to do what they want you to do, and certainly they will exaggerate the value of certain things and undermine the value of other things. Ooh, there's a little pathway there we haven't explored, possibly because it's blocked off, but that certainly deserves a look. One of the ones that I distinctly recall is saying things about, oh, this will go on your permanent record. And it's like, yeah, what permanent record? Like, you mean the school system? Well, first of all, you probably aren't going to have it on the school system forever, because, you know, there's laws about how long you can keep certain bits of information. But even if you did, who cares? No future employer's going to see that. There's no national permanent record system. I spent my entire adult life actively learning so much. It was never a disadvantage, and I would encourage people not to sweat over it. What do GCSEs allow people to do that I can't do? Well, the main problem is that with the way that society is currently organised, having a piece of paper that says you can do something is a lot more important than actually being able to do something. And as a result of that, there's a lot of opportunities that people are just arguably unfairly denied. You know, even if they have the ability and can do things really well, they just don't have the piece of paper that says they can do it, and so they don't get a chance. You know, they could apply to the same job, you know, hundreds of times, and they would be looked over 100 times. Well, they could apply 100 times and be looked over 100 times just because they don't have the piece of paper. And someone that is incredibly incompetent would get the job because they have a piece of paper that says they can do it. I mean, you see this all the time with the universities. With a lot of professions, the universities do an awful job of actually preparing people for work. You know, to the point that you wonder how they get away with it. Like, you look at the sort of things that makes it into the module syllabuses, and you just think, this has absolutely nothing to do with working in this profession. Like, they've just found some frankly rubbish that they can just waste students' time with for a term, and they get paid to do it. And yeah, and so people come out of university, and not in every profession, but in many professions, incredibly incompetent, and they're the ones that get the jobs because they have the piece of paper that says they can do something. I don't think that's true. That's self-victimization. I went on to create a hugely successful business, earning twice what my educated sister earns. Degrees used to mean something. Now they are next to useless unless you need something very specific. I truly believe the majority of university degrees are a scam. I believe the majority of university degrees are a scam. I think we should go back to an apprentice system for almost all professions. But I do think that in reality it makes a huge difference. I do genuinely think that there are all sorts of things that I could do, for example, which I would never ever get a look in. I would never be given a fair shake at unless I was able to go independent and set up my own business, like you did. I mean, you going self-employed, like, yeah, that's what you have to do. Like, for most professions, if you don't have the piece of paper that says you can do it, you have to go self-employed, and that's assuming it's not a profession that hasn't been locked down in law, because there are some professions where it is illegal to operate if you don't have a piece of paper that says you can do the thing. To be fair, I actually think in the few cases where they do that, that is actually sensible. I'm talking about things like being an electrician. I do appreciate the fact you don't want essentially people setting up cowboy companies messing around with electrics when they don't know what they're doing. But yeah, I 100% agree with you, Rob. An apprentice-based education would be amazing. And that's what we used to have. And not that long ago, like only just out of living memory, they deliberately went over to having an academic system during the late Victorian period and the Edwardian period. And it's like, why? This is... it's objectively worse. Of course, positions such as law and medicine should require a level of education. Well, this is the thing, like, I studied law at university, and one of the things that got brought up at one point was when universities started teaching law. Nowadays, There's only so many routes into law, and the vast majority are through the universities. But before the early 1900s, I think it was, all law was apprenticeship. If you wanted to, become a barrister, you became apprenticed to a barrister, and you would, start with fairly simple tasks under them, and slowly you'd build up, and they'd show you how the system worked, and you'd learn it that way. Which makes so much more sense than doing it through the universities. Like, the universities just aren't, like... I mean, the amount of stuff I ended up having to be taught, which... I'm not saying it was all useless, that would be unfair. I think law is one of the areas that does get better treated by the universities than some subjects I could mention. But, like, so... there was a lot of it that really was just academic, and it's like, yeah, but if I wanted to be a solicitor or a barrister, when am I going to do that? Like, I remember, when am I going to use this stuff? Like, I remember spending several weeks looking at feminist law. It's like, that's not going to make me a better barrister, I'm sorry. Not that I ended up doing that, but... the water brings me everything I wish for. I just need to find it. I brought you here too. Are you hungry? I'll share my food with you if you give me Geo. This Geo is mine now. Don't try to take it back. Here, take your food when you leave. Can I... is there a limit to how much food I can buy here? And it looks like the price is randomized. This goes back to my statement about kids not needing GCSEs or to panic about them. Too much emphasis is on grades. People can achieve anything they want. Well, the problem is, I just feel like the systems that are in place hold you back too much if you don't play along. I agree with you in terms of ability. I think people do not need these qualifications to be able to do things very well. I just don't think they'll be given a fair chance if they don't. Again, unless you go the self-employed route. Oh, and in case you were wondering what all that feminist law stuff was about, it was essentially arguing that, and I'm not making this up, it was arguing that women are inherently nicer to each other than men are, and so you don't need hard contracts, you should have soft contracts. A soft contract is where instead of stating all the terms, instead of having really detailed contracts that talk about every eventuality that could come up and who bears what responsibility under what circumstances and so on, and penalty clauses and stuff like that. You just have a really short contract that basically states intent. Like, I agree to sell you this. I agree to... an example would be, I agree to design a building for you for this much money. And then, have very little more detail than that. As opposed to having, like, a full contract that gets written up. And the argument was that that sort of system would work much better for women. Well, that sounds very unequality to me. Isn't feminism for equality, or is it to have better rights than men? Well, this is the question, isn't it? Unfortunately, my experience dealing with the feminist law at university has put me off feminism massively. And I've certainly come across the people that seem to... I've certainly come across people that think that this is that isn't a popular opinion to have, but the issue is the stuff I was actually looking at, it was definitely unequal. It was definitely, there was inherent biases. There was definitely not very well veiled misandry. Now, feminism itself came out of the idea, the very simple idea of look at it from the woman's point of view. You know, the world is as it is. Look at how women are being, look at what things are like from the perspective of a woman. And that I have a lot of respect for. The very early work, yeah, I get it. Like, there were things that were going on that absolutely shouldn't have been going on, and it was a very valid thing to say, yeah, but think about it from the woman's perspective. But that is just not what I see from modern feminism. From modern feminism, from what I see, has a problem with man-hatred. Like, that's what I see. That if I'm wrong, then, well, then I'm wrong. But that's what I have personally observed, and that's why I would consider myself to be egalitarian as opposed to feminist. I think clearly the goal should be to think about things from the perspective of all the groups you can and make things as equal and fair as possible, not to prioritise certain groups over other groups. But again, I don't agree with identity politics. I couldn't agree with you more, Rob. Everyone should be treated as an individual, regardless of race or gender or sexuality. But yeah, like I say, it certainly is. There certainly are people that seem to think that viewing feminism with suspicion makes you a is a prejudiced point of view, but I tend to take. But you know, I don't agree with that. I can only go by what I've seen, and what I've seen does not impress me.
Helma Delka.
Oh, what are you doing out in this miserable downpour? Impressive fountain, isn't it? I'm sure we'd be able to appreciate it more if we weren't both getting drenched. That night up there was an important one. The plaque here mentions its sacrifice, which carries something of an ominous tone. Probably met some sort of horrible end, though it sounds like the knight's goal may have been achieved in the process. In all of the relics I've collected, I've yet to find a clue as to what that was. Interesting. So a lot of the history has been lost. Where was I going? I was climbing up somewhere, wasn't I? Yes, I wanted to be in the next room over. Because there was an area it looked like we might be able to climb up to, but hadn't done so yet. Oh, hang on, I want to be further over still, don't I? It should be borne in mind, though, that different people do understand these things to mean different things, and so I wouldn't, for example, immediately jump to conclusions if someone described themselves as a feminist. I would actually listen to what they have to say and draw my own conclusions about whether I would consider their opinions thoroughly. I wouldn't prejudge them just based on that. Because there are people who do genuinely seem to believe that feminism is basically a synonym for equality. And, you know, at that point, are you not just quibbling about words? I mean, you could say that it's a bit of a dumb name for equality, though. Given that it clearly prioritises one... The name itself clearly privileges one sex over the other. That's interesting. I can't get through this door. Once again, I couldn't agree with you more. This is why we are best mates. Well, I'm glad to know I'm winning popularity among some demographics. Among other demographics, I may well be very unpopular. Wolves won't lose sleep over the opinion of sheep. Have you been on Twitter recently? Sorry, X. I don't use any social media. Very wise. Ow. Incidentally, divorcing this from all these, from the feminism idea in general, the concept of a soft contract itself, I would say, is actually interesting, though. And although I don't think it would be appropriate in all contexts, in fact, probably not in most, I think the fact that soft contracts exist is something probably worth being aware of. Because I think there would be business relationships where it would genuinely make more sense. In a similar sort of vein as to how there's the legal system to deal with, or that there's the justice, there's the courts to deal with legal disputes, but you also have things like ADR and mediation. Well, ADR, mediation is a form of ADR. What do I mean to say? I meant to say mediation and arbitration. ADR is alternate dispute resolution. And a lot of companies go for those over going through the courts because the courts are slow and expensive. And like they would rather have the occasional case go against them when they should have won it and the occasional case go for them when they should have lost it in return for having a much cheaper, quicker system. And similarly, you know, there are contexts where I think it really would make more sense not to draw up big contracts and but just basically have statements of intent. Obviously, you wouldn't do that if you had serious doubts about the other party, but sometimes you wouldn't have serious doubts about the other party. Hang on. Just knowing that that sort of thing... Oh my goodness, they got me. What do you hope to do with your law degree? It's a good point. I haven't used it. I could either go back into law, which would probably mean giving up the streaming, and I would be doing so at about a 10-year disadvantage, or I could just only use it for my own only use the knowledge where it's been beneficial to me. Because there have been occasions where having a knowledge of the law has helped me, and I have been able to resolve issues that otherwise might have been difficult to resolve. I've been through the small claims court, for example, a number of times. Let me tell you, it is incredibly tiresome to deal with parties that you know, parties that are so in the wrong that there is a problem that some people will some people get so invested in their own case and their own circumstances that they just can't see that other people have a valid point. And then there are circumstances, such as the ones I've been in, where people have been claiming things to me which are literally in direct opposition to legislation, where I can literally point to the exact Act of Parliament and the section which says that such and such should be the case, and they're swearing blind that it's different to that. And it is so frustrating to have to go through the courts to deal with cases like that, where it's like it's literally wasting court time. But yeah, like, my degree has been useful in cases like that. I'm not saying I couldn't have done it without a degree, I absolutely could have, but, you know, still handy to have that knowledge. What area of law did you want to go in? I never decided. I think I was thinking either intellectual property or maybe... Oh, I should have checked them first. It's okay. They're a good grub. I was thinking that or maybe like commercial law were the two that I was most drawn to, if I recall correctly. I'm having legal issues at the moment. Ongoing since March 2023. I'm very sorry to hear that. Sorry, just looking at the map. Right, that's where I need to go. I've had to get my MP involved. Yes, that if it's that sort of issue, then that's a very good idea. I've had to go to my MP before. Oh no, what's going on now? Watcher night. Excuse me? Ah! Okay, I only took one health point away, that's not so bad. That spin attack isn't a lot of fun, is it? What? Not another one. I'll be right back, it's okay? Well, that hurt. They might actually get me here. This isn't looking great. Has one of them been defeated? Yes, but now another one's woken up. I think I'm going to be defeated here, and I don't think there's anything I can do about it, realistically. Oh, dearie me, that was a horrible encounter. can't figure out what I'm supposed to do about that. I haven't figured out how to evade them properly. Oh, I see. I think there's 4 in total. There's like 4 that are not as far in the background, if that makes sense. Oh wow, they actually stopped me from jumping away. That's very frustrating. No, there's more than 4, there's 6. Wait, can I just... Nope, I can't do that endlessly. Oh my goodness. Let me heal. Oh, the portal shell's gone. That's bad news. I'm trying to heal. It's not going very well. I think this is going to be it. Oh, hit me right out of the air. Nope, got me. Oh well, just have to try it again. Oh Lord, my pain and mobility today. I'm very sorry to hear that. I think I'm going to be defeated almost immediately here. Oops, used the wrong ability, and I certainly regret it. And they defeated me again. This is a difficult one. Excellent, excellent. What? That's a new one. Goodbye. Wait, do I have 3 at the same time here, or did I defeat 2 of them in a row? I'm sure I just saw 2 new ones get up. Unless I'm very much mistaken. Ow! That's so aggressive. Okay, so much for dashing to the other side. To the other side. Pray I can heal. Bye. Pray I can heal. All the shells just gone, I think. Ow. On the other hand, this might legitimately be the last 2. So if I can just hold it together a little longer, I might stand a chance. Very low on health. And I'm down. Never mind. Well, I'm gonna keep trying. interesting. I thought I might be able to focus. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Yep, I've mucked that up quite badly. I meant to heal, but I clicked the wrong button. Weirdly, sometimes it seems like I'm better off just going through them and taking the damage. Because I can hit them so many times. When doing so. Like so. How long does this go on for? Still got the boulder shell somehow. Not quite sure how that happened. Or has it just been destroyed? I think it's just been destroyed. Did I actually get them? Yeah, I got them all. I'm surprised. I actually played that much more aggressively than I did other than maybe on the first occasion. Much more fast and loose, and it actually paid off. Which doesn't usually happen. Hello, what do we have here? Oh, just a Hallow Nest seal. Thank you, Stevie-O. Wow, that's actually a colossal amount to have just earned. We'll have to give Sabara a visit and see if we can afford that extra notch. We're heading towards that dreamer, aren't we? Pretty sure that's where things are going. Well, I shouldn't complain. It's absolutely lovely to have some direction for once. To actually know where we're supposed to be going. This is my first real introduction to Metroidvania. No, that's not true, because I did Cave Story, didn't I? Oh. But certainly this is one of the first Metroidvanias I've played, and one of the main things that I've not got on brilliantly well with is the lack of direction. And I don't think that need necessarily be the case with the Metroidvania formula. I'm familiar with the Metroidvania formula, even though I've not particularly played Metroidvanias. I think you certainly could signpost things a lot more clearly. Whether they tend to or not, I can't say. Ooh, fancy little cinematic. Looking over the city. Yeah, that seems to have been the biggest struggle with this game. Do you think that's specifically a struggle for me? Or do you think that's generally a problem people have had with this game? Okay. So there's the Dreamer. I guess I could give it an attempt this time. Since we are right here. No, I'm finding the oh. I find navigating a 2D space harder than a 3D space. No, I'm finding the navigation very difficult myself. I see. Well, it's not so much the navigation that I'm finding difficult. It's knowing what I'm supposed to be doing. So the basic Metroidvania formula is that we're going to have a big open world and we're going to have large regions that are locked, and we're going to spread the keys about. And so you're going to end up having to, and when I say a key, it may, for example, be a player character ability, for example. I don't mean actually a key in the game, although it could be, but anything that would gate their progress. And so the idea is they fully explore one area, or at least explore some of it, and then they'll get a key that will let them backtrack and go to an area that was previously not available. And so they'll end up ultimately exploring the whole map, but doing so in a very indirect fashion. They're going to be hopping around different bits of the map, and often it will be non-linear, which in this case means that essentially there's going to be branching paths. You could have gone this way first, but you could also have gone this other way first. Doesn't mean the branching paths actually make any difference to the resolution of the game, but the point is you could have done things in different orders, usually. But the main problem I have is I'll get to a point where I think I've explored everything, and then I know logically that I can't have done because I don't know where I can go next, which I haven't already been to, but then I don't know where to start looking, if that makes sense. I don't know whether there's like a key item that I should have already picked up but didn't, and that's what's limiting my progress, or if there's an area that's on the map that I just didn't see. I mean, I do realise part of the problem is just me, because there is an in-game map, and so it certainly is the case in theory I should be able to figure out what places I haven't been, like I did to get to this place, but I do seem to spend a fair amount of my time just, as a matter of fact, I do seem to spend quite a lot of my time not being sure where I'm supposed to be. I'm not the biggest fan of backtracking. I don't mind backtracking that much if it's done well. It's certainly possible to do backtracking in a very frustrating way. But like, for example, a game that does things really elegantly will make it so that there's shortcuts when you're backtracking, for example. So that like, you'll finish one area and then you'll find yourself in a previous area really close to the stuff that you've recently unlocked access to, for example. And also you can obviously just, change areas up a bit or something like that. Make sure that there's new and exciting things to see. There's all sorts of ways you can spice up backtracking. Backtracking done well, I don't mind. But it's also possible to do the reverse and then force players to slog through a load of content that they've already seen again just to lengthen the game. And that's no fun at all. Right, what are we doing here? I guess I just need to hit them with the Dream Nail. For King, beloved. Or maybe I hit them with the normal nail. You don't seem to be fighting back, which is a bit weird. Is there no boss fight? I assumed there would be a boss fight, but apparently not. Oh, but they're devoted to the king, and we already had the king's brand. I wonder if I came here without the king's brand, which I think I could have done. I just needed to be able to jump up high. We already had the moth wings. Destroy Lurien the Watcher. I wonder if I had done that, if he would have fought back. Lurian the Watcher. Dreamer. So, what did I achieve there, I wonder? It's not entirely clear, is it? I'm guessing the infection spread a lot farther. Has this changed at all? Ooh, how do I... No, this looks the same. Fortunately. I'm pretty sure the only other dreamer I know of is actually... It is very... definitively on the other side of one of those black force fields that I don't know how to get through. So yeah. Look where we are again. I don't know how to progress. I was hoping we would gain a new ability that would let me through those black force fields, but there's no indication that that has actually happened. Ow, how dare you. Oh, look at that. There's a lift down there that's crashed. Well, my current plan is to get back to the Forgotten Crossroads with a view to spending some more of my geo at, was it Sabara? I think that was their name. I'll have to double check their name. I'll have to remember to do that when we're actually at their shop. Do enemies respawn? Yes, they do. Not all enemies. Bosses won't. But yeah, most enemies do. And there seems to be multiple levels of respawning as well, in that there seems to be something based on distance from, like the number of zones you've been through since you have been in a particular zone, or possibly it's like bigger regions and smaller regions or something. But there's certainly some enemies that will always respawn when you return to an area, and some that will only respawn if you've been away for longer or farther away or something like that. Some technical detail which I'm not privy to. See, I'm not a big fan of that. I don't mind that because it's sort of fundamental to how you progress in the game. If they didn't do that, then you would be very strapped for cash. Either that, or they'd have to make cash a lot more widely available. If we go back via... Hold on. Let me look at the map again. Yeah, if we go back via the fungal wastes... No, I've changed my mind. Let's just head straight to the Stag Station, and then we'll make our way to Queen Station before we go back to the Forgotten Crossroads. And we'll do that with a view to checking on the dark force fields again. Just absolutely making sure that we haven't gained the ability to get through them, because we certainly absorbed something from that dreamer. And I'm pretty sure the last time we defeated a dreamer, we didn't... Did we gain an ability when we defeated a dreamer last time? Well, I say defeated, absorbed. I thought we did, but now I'm not so sure. Maybe we didn't. It's an interesting question, though, from a game design point of view. Like, if you were going to get rid of respawning in Metroidvanias, how would it change the game? It would certainly make backtracking a lot easier, but you'd have far fewer enemies in the game. Like, you just necessarily would. Like, I must have defeated thousands of enemies at this point. Like, you're not gonna hand, well, you could, I suppose, but you're unlikely to hand place, you know, tens of thousands of enemies. I suppose you would then make every encounter more like a mini boss fight, I guess. You'd end up trying to make the... You might even have unique enemies in each room. Well, it just gives me Fallout 4 flashbacks where I go to a location to clear out the enemies, only to have to go back there to do it again, endlessly. Well, that's RPGs, isn't it? Or at least, modern first-person RPGs. I mean, Morrowind is one of my all-time favourite games. I've played it when I was very young and have loved it ever since. But that does the same thing. Like, enemies respawn. You know, it's just part of the formula for games in that genre. Of course, the link, of course, is that the Fallout franchise was bought by Bethesda that makes the Elder Scrolls games, including the Elder Scrolls 3 Morrowind. And in fact released the Fallout games under the same engine as the Elder Scrolls games. I went the wrong way, I went the other way, don't I? So it's understandable that the Fallout games went in that direction. I don't think it's necessarily wrong, but that doesn't mean you certainly can do it well or you can do it badly. To do otherwise would fundamentally change the game. Ow. Not necessarily for the better or for the worst, but it would change it. It would have a lot of knock-on consequences. Did you play any of the original Fallout games? Fallout 1 and 2. I just think if I've spent time destroying an enemy bandit camp and all the bad guys within it, I don't want to go back and do it again. Well, I think notionally they're supposed to be different people that just have occupied the same space. But I understand where you're coming from. Yeah, absolutely nothing. I can't get through there. No, I started with Fallout 3. Oh, that's a pity. The original Fallout games were absolute classics. Isometric, top down. But they were good. Funnily enough, you might actually get on alright with them. The combat's all turn-based. And as I say, it's top down. You're not like doing everything in first person. I've watched them streamed, but didn't enjoy them. Oh, fair enough. Are there any RPGs you've particularly enjoyed? Right, let's go back to the stag, and we'll make our way to the Forgotten Crossroads. Absolutely love Skyrim, Fallout 3 and 4. Huge fan of them. Oh, fair enough. I've played a little bit of Skyrim, not much. I don't know, I never really got into it. Oblivion and Skyrim are definitely very different to Morrowind. And Morrowind itself is very different to Daggerfall that came before it. Skyrim blew my mind and still does. In what way? If you don't mind my asking. The sense of exploration. Every playthrough I notice something new or different. I discover new places each playthrough. Somehow the world itself is... Oh, sorry. I discover new places each playthrough somehow. The world itself is gorgeous. Fair enough. Yeah, it's the theme park design which they pioneered with Morrowind. Well, the worlds themselves aren't actually... They're made to feel a lot larger than they actually are. And they do that by really packing them with... well, with lots of interesting things for the player to stumble across. Oh, the notch charm's a lot cheaper than I thought. Yes, I'd love another notch. I was going to check their name as well, wasn't I? But I forgot. My blessing. This is a special item for those who love charms as much as I do. Once you own 40 charms, I'll gladly sell it to you. You only need 15 more. Keep collecting. That is a lot more. I didn't get their name though, which is a shame. I thought it was something like Sabara, but I could be wrong. Right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So that would be every charm to get Sabara's blessing. The games make me want to go out of my way to find new things. I don't even know what we'd go with. I feel like we've got everything I was particularly looking for. Goodness me, and where are we even going to go next? We should probably stop by the temple in a moment, see if that leads to any clues. But aside from that, I don't know, I really am getting stuck now. I don't know where else we could go that we haven't been. There's one boss fight that I know we can do again, using the Dream Nail. But unless that leads to something, then I'm clueless. Yeah, I don't know. Alright. Let's head back to Dirtmouth, I suppose. Ow. I guess as collecting dreams, that's going to be... I don't know where we'd find another whispering root, though. We didn't pass one when we were taking on that last dreamer, did we? I don't think we did. No. So short of attacking the dead, which I was very reluctant to do, I don't know how we're going to get the remaining, what is it, 60 or so dream essence we'd need to complete the Seer's next current challenge. Oh, hang on, I wanted to climb up higher, didn't I? Up this way, I suppose. That infection's really spreading, isn't it? I just had a thought. Are we even aware of anything we can use our geo for right now? I'm not sure we are. Ow. I think we've cleared out all the shopkeepers that we've encountered so far. Oh dear, that temple's glowing orange now. Oh, there is the Colosseum. I could try the Colosseum. May as well pay the grub file for a quick visit while we're here. Wow, they're tanky. 4 hits. Hello, Grubfather. I don't suppose you can help us break through force fields, can you? No. I don't rightly have a clue where we should be going. A young couple's just recently taken up residence in the house beside the station. Seems they're running a map shop, which may excite adventurous types like yourself. She's a tool bug, the wife. I told them to take a larger house, especially given they're all empty, but they like the look of that one. The way she has to bend just to get through the door. I wouldn't put up with it myself. Goodness. Right, so how about we have a quick look through some of Stevio's holiday pictures, and then we'll probably wrap up for the night. That's alright, Stevio. It's always interesting. Now I've got to remember where we were, and there's a lot of these. We were well past all this, I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure we were all well past this. We were well past that. I remember you saying that he was trying to sell you octopus every day, even though you had nowhere to cook it. Oh, this was the village you found at the top of the steps. This looks new. I remember that very self-important looking rooster. Pretty sure I remember that. But I'm not sure I remember that. Alright, we'll start about here then. I think this is slightly before wherever we were. That's interesting. So they're transporting a large number of leaves of some description. Not sure what type or why. I'm not sure what they were. The one I skipped past, I'm pretty sure we've seen before. Oh, this was a smelly outdoor fish market. I wondered what they're doing. Lots of flies. Wonderful. Oh yeah, there's the fish. So presumably they're haggling or something? Dead fish in 35 degrees heat isn't good. No, I suppose not. Still, interesting little photo in its way, with the palm trees and the sea in the background, well composed. Well, in my uneducated opinion. Interesting. Is this some? What is going on here? That's not they're not farming, are they? Oh, rice fields. This is rice farming. Okay. I thought you'd usually grow rice in rice paddies that were like absolutely drenched. I don't know. Perhaps I'm wrong. Can't remember exactly. Something over there looks like some netting. Looks like some school-aged children on top of a van. Perhaps this is the school bus. The school bus. No safety once again. Right. Well, as long as they get there, I suppose. Someone carrying some octopus, presumably home. Oh, barefoot. I've only just noticed. Can't see a lot of detail in the background because it's all out of focus, of course. Blimey, she seems very friendly. She was keen to show the fish thing off to me. This? You mean what I assume is octopuses? Hmm. Presumably this is stuff... Wait. I think this is being... They're selling this, aren't they? I was trying to work out if it was out to dry or if it's being sold. I think this is all being sold. Oh, it was washing. Okay. Yeah, it's out to dry. Not for sale. Fair enough. Cooked fish. And possibly other things. Wait, is that fish? I assumed at first that was fish, but now I'm thinking this might all be poultry. Well, it's cooked something. Unknown, lol. Huh, those looks like sacks of rock. Which is interesting. Sacks of stones. Some nice patterned fabric. Some interesting statues with some towels on top. Huh. Some of these are particularly interesting, aren't they? Goodness. Don't know what the story was behind them. An older woman, by the looks of it, relaxing on a bench. Something in her hand. Could be a box. Could be a book. Could be a box. Look at that, the support. That looks like a half of a quite large log, which they've put into position to help support the building. It was difficult to take candid photos due to me sending out like a sore thumb. But I tried. Understandable. That's interesting. I like the way this staircase on the right hand side just disappears into darkness. This looks like shellfish. Lots and lots and lots of shellfish, I think. Is that what this is? Dried out fruits of some sort. Oh, it's fruit. Okay. Shows what I know. Very little. He looks well built. Presumably a life of hard manual labour has done that. He's got a leaf in his hands. That's interesting. I wonder if that's like chewing tobacco or something. Or, you know, something of that ilk. Maybe not that precisely. It was a quick passing shot. Well, you seem to have got at least 2 shots. I like it though. Couple of children. Colourful splodge on the building. Or splodges. Of course, you you can't be sure from this angle with this lighting, but it doesn't look especially well furnished indoors, does it? I urge you to travel somewhere off the beaten path. One of these days, Rob. Well, we'll see. I'm not sure if that'll happen, but we'll see. Lots more fish by the looks of it. Of course, who's to say what's off the beaten path? I imagine for the locals here, this is the Can you hear me? Yep, right. Sorry about that. I don't know why OBS crashed, but it did. Disappointingly. Where was I? You asked me why I don't think I'm likely to end up travelling off the beaten path, and then the first thing I said was, well, who's to say it's off the beaten path? For the locals, this is the beaten path. And then I said, well, it would obviously be difficult to arrange when you think about well, just the logistics of it. How would I even afford the flight? And then you've also got to think, well, if I'm travelling, then I'm not doing other things. I'm not caring. I'm not streaming. I'm not saying it's beyond, it's completely out of the question. I just don't see it happening in the near future. More clothes hanging up to dry. Aqua. Interesting. I mean, you would assume that means these boxes contain water, but somehow I doubt it. And look at all that stuff piled up. It's like tarpaulin sheets or something? Bottles of water. Oh, it does actually contain water. Fair enough. That'll be heavy then. You wouldn't want that falling on you if that's full of bottles of water. Look at all the bikes. There's no clean drinking water out of taps there. Yeah, but bottled water? Wouldn't you just use well water or something? I don't know, it just feels like bottled water would be expensive. You'd want to have a cheap and plentiful local source, I would have thought. Shoot, shoot, love. Interesting. Oh, matching t-shirts. There's no other safe source of water though. Surely there must be something, or a village wouldn't have been set up there in the first place. I found these t-shirts funny and strange. Yep, they certainly are something, aren't they? Not quite sure what's going on here either. It looks like she's supposed to have a bouquet, but I don't know what that is, but it doesn't look like a bouquet. Not quite sure what's going on over here either. It was Valentine's Day, or soon to be. I see. Oh, so Saint Valentine was recognised over there then. Then again, you did say this was a Christian area, didn't you? Shoot, shoot, love. Those are coconuts, aren't they? 3 children and a lady with them. These kids are interesting. I met them every day. Their parents drop them off. They work all day. No adult supervision. Oh, is that not is this individual not a supervising adult? Is that another one of the children? They sell coconuts. No. Oh, okay. It's a child. My mistake. Huh. Well, oh yeah. Makes sense. You know, that the family need to make a living, so the children have to do what they can to contribute. I mean, that always used to be the case in this country until the Victorians changed things. I brought them food and water every day. That was jolly nice of you. Is this off of the island then, or were you staying on the island? They're missing out on school though. This is true. I'm not saying it's ideal, but I understand how they'd end up in that situation. We're still on the tiny island of Nias, right? So she's handy with a machete then. Nice little photo, that. So a group of school-aged children greeting you. Notable that all the school-aged children are mixed gender groups. It's clear they don't have a problem with that. Lovely picture of the waves. Right, I should probably wrap up about now. So, no worries, Stevie. So, thank you for coming, everybody that did. I appreciate each and every one of you. I appreciate everyone that lurks, and I appreciate everyone that chats. Oh, hey, Entor. Yep, just in time to say bye, I'm afraid. I'll be streaming again tomorrow. Hang on, I have to add Strayblaze to the list of people to thank. What was I thinking? Oh, thank you, Stevie. What was I thinking? Upcoming streams. Tomorrow I should be beginning Killer Frequency. I haven't actually installed it yet. It's a puzzle game about being a radio DJ where the people calling in are being hunted by some sort of terrible killer or something like that. And you're supposed to use the resources at your disposal, including like a map of the town and stuff like that, to help save them. That's the concept. Again, I haven't installed it yet, but I have no reason to believe it won't install alright. So that's the plan for tomorrow. Monday and Friday will be the next streams, and they will both be Hollow Knight. It's a wonderful puzzle game. I look forward to it. Trying to think if there's anything else to say. I don't think so. So once again, thank you for coming, everyone, and I hope you all... Oh, sorry about the technical difficulties. We ended up having to restart the stream twice. Very regrettable. I don't know what I could do about that, unfortunately. Oh, thank you, Stevie. You too. I hope you all have a wonderful evening. Oh yeah, if for any reason my streaming schedule should change, I'll announce it on social media, which currently means X, formerly known as Twitter, Blue Sky, Mastodon, and Meta Threads. And I would also announce any changes on my Discord server. So once again, thank you for coming, everybody, and I hope you all have a wonderful night. Good night.